showers here. Stars are dancing for all of Yokohama. So make a wish, all you listeners. Alright, now we see a suspicious set of cars that look a little misshapen. Kind of a little bit weird looking. Here's tonight's first track. Starfall Night. What are these nerds all doing? Why are they all here? What are they doing? Punk, where's the rest of your crew? Where's Sakuragicho GT? Alright, so yeah, this tower, so 10 years ago in Japan, right, like, there was very much kind of like a Japanese decade, right, like, kind of thing going on, right, like, you see it in Back to the Future, too, right, like, this kind of fear that, like, Japan's gonna overtake the US, right, like, in technology and capability, right, like, that, you know, and, you know, people like Marty would be answering to Japanese businessmen, right, right, like, and so, like, that didn't happen, and kind of, like, the recession, right, like, caused this building, you know, among other things, just not being, right, like, so, like, there's a Rust Belt vibe here. Anyway, this guy wants to race for triple the stakes. I think I'd rather race for quintuple the stakes. So we are racing this guy, and we can't beat him in a fair fight. He is faster than I am. So we're gonna cheat. Well, we're gonna do something that's totally legal, but also kind of scummy. Which is to say, we're going to use our car as a shield to make sure that he can't get past us. That's the idea. So we are gonna body block him, because otherwise we cannot win this race. There's no world where we win this race without body blocking. In fact, we already failed the body block and we're probably already lost. Yeah, great, love it. Love it. I don't know what happened there, but can't quit out. So just gonna have to practice. Yeah, we cannot possibly catch up to him. Great. This is a race that it's not great to lose. Because this is a rewards race, which means that there's a chance that he will strip away your parts. We can't afford to lose our parts, really. So this kind of sucks. Quick to retry, but if he takes our parts, right, like, we're getting weaker. Okay, great. All right. You're not take a part. Just a time loss. You know, like 2 minutes of time loss, right? He will gladly race us as many times as we're willing to try it. Its own nostalgic sadness. It's very sad. Very nostalgic. Nah. Now we're talking. Scave scumming takes forever. Like, I can save scum, right? Like, I have a save for this. But it's just, ideally we just win on the first try. Or, you know. We shall see. Might have tried to go too far into its body blocking. There we go. That's what it's supposed to look like. Okay, so for the entire race, I'll essentially trying to follow his line. The computer isn't particularly adaptive with its lines, in terms of its racing lines. So yeah, you do have a rear view mirror, but as you can see, it puts you on the nose, and as anybody that plays racing games knows, it's actually terrible trying to drive with your with the camera fixed to the nose of your car. Oh, you little... Hell is other cars. Did I mention that already? Womp womp. We go 2 for 2. Yeah! Keep it rolling. Yep. Yeah, the returns on this are just so high that if you had the route to victory almost assuredly goes through this race, so to speak. Right, like you just have to succeed at it. The route to fastest possible time almost assuredly goes through this race. Getting 25,000 RP is just so good. Here. That's like somewhere between... Ah, damn it. I mean, there's no real backup to this. Like I said, like we're talking about like replacing 10 to 15 random battles, right? Like by doing this, right? There's nothing that compares to this amount of resources. You just have to succeed at this. Like it'll still be faster than doing 10 random combats. Right? Like if I succeed, you know, now. Right. I'm not losing parts yet. Like if we haven't seen a part loss yet. That's the thing, right? Like it's like if we lost a part, they would tell us, right? There's a big black area like between where you gain the levels and the bottom of the screen. Like parts would be there if we've been losing them. So the game has been gracious in not taking our parts. That won't last forever. Okay. Pass the initial test. Whoa, man, that was a lot of, yeah. Dare catch up here. Oh, what was that physics game? That last clip kept me from pulling the right and not going into the wall. God, I wish. Not losing parts. Like the game doesn't want me to reset. It's just enjoying me losing this too much. There's essentially two ways you can go through the first big curve. One is the kind of the same way we did against Makoto. And if we have the right amount of speed, that works, although it does require that we glance off of the other card just a touch. And the other one is the one that I've been sticking with because it's more consistent. Where I just stick to body blocking through that curve. But managing to catch up. Managing to catch up on the straight and screw with me in the last turn. It's very, 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 very. Okay, I have to body block for this one. I lost my speed because it hit me, it screwed me up. Real annoying game. There we go. We lost the suspension. I'm fine without the suspension. If we lose the arrow kit, we have to reset. I don't love losing the suspension, but I don't need it. Yeah, exactly. That was my fault. That was not his fault, that was mine. Trying to watch that other turn. Alright. Previous world record holder doesn't have anything on their car except for the arrow kit at this point. The arrow kit is what's really matters here, more than anything. Just keep. Yeah, I don't know. I must have done this race like, 50 times today. In practice. Just all right. my butt already. Finally! Heck! All you had to do is not hit me in the last turn. Great. That's what we needed. I don't care about any of your parts. Alright. Finally. Good lord. Alright. That's 20 minutes down. Alright. Alright, great. Alright, now we're trying. The next thing we need to do is go somewhere we haven't been before. The bank. We're going to the bank. That's right. I'm gonna stand on the left side of the road because that's where you should drive. You want to drive with traffic. It keeps you from getting ambushed by people with their lights on and the other road at incredibly high speeds. Alright, we're going to the bank. The Wakaba Bank has night services. Now we find out whether the game actually wants me to go. You're going to turn all of that reward points. 60 yen. We are so cooked. That is an incredibly low amount of money. Alright. Oof, that's bad. That's bad. Alright. Just have to be sharp about it. Alright. Anyway. We can get on the highway now. We couldn't get on the highway in the past couple days. But now the highway is back in service, and that's how we're going to get to North Yokohama. Music is great. As I mentioned, it's same people they did Bahamut Lagoon. But it's got a very kind of like electro jazz vibe, rather than kind of like a Eurobeat vibe, which is like, you know, Initial D, right? Like this is a very different musical style, but it definitely kind of fits in with kind of like a cool nighttime sort of vibe. But yeah, the Motomachi Queens from Chinatown are gonna race at Victory Road. A race with the guys at Victory Road at Takashima Wharf. They do races that involves, you know, you get to press the brake. You can hold down the gas and you can press the brake once at the end, and that's all you get to do. Whoever gets closest to the edge without falling in the water wins. And you're not going to be doing any of that. Yeah, this is the Motomachi Queens. They all drive like SUVs, wagons, right? That's kind of their style thing. They do drag races in Chinatown, which is to say very narrow streets, hard 90-degree corners. So don't knock the Queens. You know what they're doing. All right, and the guys from earlier are here to herd us into a fight. Thankfully, it's an easy fight by a lot. Nothing we do here actually matters or changes the incidence of what's going on, but yeah, these guys are drag racers, right? So you'd think, like, challenging me to a drag race on their home turf, right? Like, they should have an advantage, right? Right? I hate to inform you that they do not have an advantage. We're just out here frying our brains at full throttle speed. $400 meters. Straight track. This is the same kind of guy that I was facing for the other one, but he just folds like wet paper. Yeah, I don't know. I don't like get it. My verisimilitude. Oh, my verisimilitude. All right. Uh-oh, I think I lost. What do I do with this Goomba? Right, like these are, right, like, these guys are kind of, they are Yuzoku in the same way that, like, Bazoku are kind of like motorcycle gangsters, right? Like, it's the same sort of vibe, right? But in the US, that would be like, that sort of thing would be, right, like motorcycle gangs. But in the US, motorcycle gangs are an extremely different vibe. Right, so like the translator here kind of gave it kind of like a gangster vibe, right? To kind of give it a more accurate flair. Kaminari muffler. You know what you can do with those? You can sell them for money. Look forward to selling it for money. Because we got the lowest possible exchange rate. Damn. I don't trust you. Not for a second. I saw that thing with its blinking lights turning towards me. I don't want to get in that fight. Yeah, the pausing and going out resets the cars. Right, like for good or for ill. But it means that it is possible to kind of like avoid combats. Alright. So here at Car Shop Million, we are gonna do some stuff. Okay. Most important thing that we do here is the most important thing we do here. Is we buy a B30G. One drag ECU. You don't get to have a backup. But a filter. And DT500. B30. Drag ECU. Flow. There's nothing. Great. Alright. Anyway. Tires. Finally, we have some tires. Sell the rest of this trash. Move on with their life. All right. This little cutscene. So this little cutscene is foreshadowing of the pickup chicane, which we're going to interact with tomorrow. But let's just say the Japanese teams know how to cruise too. Alright, that said, we did what we wanted there. We're gonna head back to South Yokohama. And you end the night at Bay Lagoon Racing. But we have one thing we would like to do other than that. The show is going to tell us that the night always begins and where it always ends. That is not strictly true, but it's pretty close. Maybe you can kind of back into that other one. Actually, technically faster. Alright, welcome to Marine Tower. Closest you'll get to the stars. We're not here to go up the tower. We're here to get in a special race. where we get 200,000 yen for first place. We would love 2,000 yen. 200,000 yen. But we are going to attempt to win this race. Especially given that I got such a bad exchange rate on the other one, I really, really need this race to not be a disaster. All right. Pretty straightforward. City streets, somewhat tight. We have better stuff than we did last time. Quickly overtake them. Oh, beautiful driving. Beautiful. Exactly how I wanted those first turns to go. This is an egregiously bad turn. And there's a hit check, which, like I said, second best outcome. As long as I don't screw up. And like, hit the inside on this one. Yep, we're good. All right, good deal. 200,000 yen. It could not be any easier. That's good. Yep. Thanks for the money. Bonus rewards. All right. And on that, I'm headed back home. We did 2 optional races tonight, which gives us 2 of an eventual 42 points that we'll need to complete the game. We're not going to worry about those much, but the 2 events we did tonight. Park it. Kill the engine. All right. All right. $2,700. So I assume that means like 3 a.m. I think it's 3 a.m. for me right now, almost. Yeah. We're following Kyoji for a moment. Unseen land lies beyond speed. Yeah, Jody really cares about the GP, it looks like. Night is completed. We are through the 4th night. Woo. Alright. I wanted to save. I had memory cards plugged in. Game, leave me alone. Ah, cool. Well then, you're in luck. You've got a lot of lateness and a lot of speed room. Alright, 5th night. This is the decider night. Basically, everybody is going to decide who goes to the GP qual tonight. Important note here, we can skip this Chinatown stuff. But we absolutely should not, because that forces us into a race sequence. Yeah, friend sounds right. Enzo's acting like he's a playboy. Nope. Then why we even come here? Buddy, you're the one who dragged me here. Yui was one of the people talking about the first night of the prologue night. Yui was one of those. The leader of the drag racers that we met was also one of the people talking about it. Great. And now we can skip. Now it's gonna... Victory Road is deciding who goes tonight. The Queens, I think, are deciding who goes tonight. Tours, drag racers that we met, they're deciding. We're not really interacting with the night racers, but I can't see where they wouldn't, you know, just throw a Kira at it. Grab the chance while it dangles before me. On these hot driving streets! Hot driving streets. All right. This is farther along the North Yokohama Highway. This is the bus and this is the train and bus terminal. You can do taxi mini games from here if you want. Yeah, you can't really go back to South Yokohama at this point. Again, going to hope that nobody kind of runs up on us with the lights on, flashing. First thing we need to do, though, we need to get close enough to here to trigger seeing stupid orange Gracie. We can't chase him down. Whoa, buddy, that was close. Okay, we drive past everybody there. So this is show expecting, like this is called the pickup chicane, and it's where you show off your driving skills and pick someone up for casual sex. Obviously there's a metaphor around curves, hugging tight curves, right? You'll see a couple of people kind of weave through it. And then we see Kenzo. Oh, Kenzo. Kenzo. Come on, man. Come on. That was Touch not driving. That was a compliment. Didn't say anything. The way a woman's heart is by the hiding, hugging those tight curves. Did you drive all this way to get your rocks off? Kenzo, ... runs away. There are rewards for doing well at that, but they are not speedrun relevant. Get bent. We will be back to that dirt track in a bit. To continue to progress the night, we need to find where Kenzo slunk off to, which is here at No Name Park. He tells us that Kyoji, if he doesn't win today, this will be it'll be his last race. Right? He's done. At least that's what Kenzo is telling us Kyoji said. Alright, we have satisfied all the plot requirements for the evening. It's time to go to where we're going to have that final race. We're going to meet up for it. Meet him at Takashima Wharf. If you pick GP deciding race, the guy here says, hey, wait, no, race with us. So that's just saving us a text box. Again, if we were to skip, we would get forced into a race here. So we just have to plow through all of this text. And this is them explaining the chicken duels. Good way to ruin a car. Water damage. Bad. Bad for basically everything. Meet the American! Freddy. A bio. Nah. Not interested in your race, buddy. All right. Now we can do the GP decider. Kind of a reverse angle approach there. It's a good question. You should ask him. You don't ever get to ask him. We're waiting here, buddy. Hey, there's everybody. There's Iki, Enzo, Yuka. All right. Now it's time to actually race. Defeat Kyoji. That is the plan, and if I don't screw up, I'll succeed. This race course has two weird places that kind of suck. And the first one leads into the second one. I will point them out as we go through them. First part that doesn't suck is this nice, easy straightaway. You're faster than everybody. Just gonna go through it. There's that funny D curve thing here, but that's fine. Right, like it's actually a very open turn. See what I mean? Real, not particularly challenging. It's super wide. Right, so. You just stop weeping. Alright. So first one. Second. This third one is a complete piece of garbage. Who the heck designed a turn like that? Second problem is the chicane. This is the chicane as a race course. It's a chicane. So high speed is not really what you're gonna be doing here. But you can manage, right? Like the important thing is that it's a chicane, you're gonna have to slow down. Right? Said, as long as you don't completely beef it, you have more than enough power to win this race. In a way, you could say that what we did earlier was kind of like in a normal RPG where you grind at an efficient place and not necessarily, like, you don't grind necessarily to the minimum necessary to do the thing. You grind to what is necessary to do all the things until the next point, which is efficient grind. Right? That's what happens, is that, the extra stuff we got will carry us to the next point when we're actually able to get stuff. And so we are a bit on the overpowered side for this match, for this race strictly, but we need this power later. Anyway, that is the qualifying race. We are the representative from Bay Lagoon Racing. It's going to go to the GP qualifiers. Woo! Yeah! It's a miracle! A long-ass time, buddy! You've only been driving for like a couple weeks. You only caught the bug, you know, like a week or two ago, buddy. Like, yeah, whatever, show. It's all totally, it's been your dream since 2 weeks ago. Done, show? And let me continue playing the game now? It's great. Very happy for you. Very happy for us. And yeah, Kyoji's engine supposedly overheated just as he crossed the finish line. Anticlimactic, but we won. And we were well ahead of him anyway. Alright, the night is completed. I sure am finished saving data. Good point, game. Three nights later. Night before the qualifiers. Night before D. Never D. Haven't seen Kyoji since the deciding race. There we go. Another auto-scroller. Another bout of Show deciding that he's a philosophy major. This feels like home. You just said it was a prison like 4 nights ago. After tonight, the city will become a battlefield. The seat of our judgment. Yeah, ain't that the truth? When morning comes, our fate will be written. Written? Rotten? Anyway, I don't care. Yeah, there's a bunch of stuff you can do tonight. We're not gonna do it. 100% optional. So we are going to drive to North Yokohama, turn immediately around, go back to Bay Lagoon Rest. We have no interest in anything else. Nothing tonight is required. There's plenty of racing you can do. And if you pick the game up, I recommend you race quite a bit. But, speedruns, you know? Just not in it for the random casual races. Turn around. Go back home. Whoop, whoop. You know what? I am done. And I will go back to Bay Lagoon. Ostensibly, you're looking for Kyoji. Alright, yes, that's what I want to do. Big Pier Street. Woo, hoo, 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 that was close! Call it a night, buddy. Kill the engine. Alright. Woo! 6th night. Very tough. Very stressful. Cell phone. That's right. We had flip phones and stuff. Dumb cell phones. 1999. You have a cell phone. That's Kyoji's car in the blue. It's the only blue car we know. What is that body kit? Did that used to be a 7? Is that Kyoji? That Kyoji is wicked. Have to follow it. The last turn of the Lagoon course, which is the site of Dakota's accident. Blinking hazard lights, an atmosphere of unease. You hardly recognize him, but it was Kyoji. His face was emaciated and sallow. Lifeless eyes. I understand now that I used way too much eyeshadow. Kyoji, his brother, raced 10 years ago. Kyoji's brother raced 10 years ago and died 10 years ago. Racing? Yeah. That may or may not be a fact. Help us later. That makes some sense later. Horrible. They'll find you no matter where you go. I don't understand. I'm the only one that's allowed to say weird, confusing bullshit. One more race while I'm still the friend you know. This is... like, we're getting into, like, ghost story territory. Which is, Wanga Midnight definitely has some ghost story elements to it. Brief sparkle of determination before fading again into resignation. Wanga Midnight is not a ghost story, but has significant elements of kind of like the mystery of ghost story. I've seen it somewhere before. Stop him. We're gonna race Kyoji, and that's gonna stop him. We can skip cutscenes, but we couldn't skip that one. Let's get to it then. There's no going back. Those innocent days where we savored trait fun are over. Over. Alright, so you can't see. This is why I turned up the brightness earlier. Because you really this says it's a 2-lap race. Ideally, we finished before I would be able to give up. Better racers than I can do it in the race that I drove backwards in. Even I can do it in this one with the power-ups that we have gotten from switching stuff. Man, are these dark roads tough to see. Also, by the way, we're never catching Kyoji. This is not a shonen anime where like you're gonna defeat them with the power of friendship and he is way too fast for us. Not. Like I see, right? So 49, right? Like, so, like 45 and 45 would be a minute, right? So, right now, if I can get another 45, right, like it would be 134, right? So, second laps are generally faster than first laps because you get a rolling start, so to speak. Said, I am hitting the walls quite a bit. You know, I expect I'm going to make what I want. I need to see a 44 here. If I want to save the time that I do that possible. If not, throw away a few seconds here. I will. Yeah, that's right, you couldn't stop him. He was so much faster than you, buddy. That horrifying car. So, this racing, it was a monster machine driven by a crazy driver. The last time we saw those words used, if you were watching cutscenes, was to describe Yokohama's fastest legend from 10 years ago. So that is meant to be a meaningful reference. No, you can't catch him. Can't even come close. A new unsettling feeling. Night is completed, baby. Sure am. We get another shot at Machine Complete. Nothing we need to do with Machine Complete. It is not the 7th night yet. This is a daytime GP qualifier. The game will inform us that the top 2 racers will advance. Obviously, because this is a speed run, we want to finish as high as possible, as fast as possible, even though technically we can be second. Also, the game wants to put you into a test race here, and will do so if you don't properly move your input cursor. You cannot walk away from this and come back and be like, "Oh, all right, now we're ready to race." No, it's gonna put you in the test. So the leader of the Queens, Yui, who we met last night. So we met on the 5th night last night. That is the Grand Tourist, Tetsuji, who was another one of the people we saw in the first night's in the prologue dialogue. Takashima Victory Road, Freddie Roberts. Yeah, they said they were going to do a qual race if you go there on the 6th night. Freddie's like, yeah, no, I'm done. Get that. Wangan Gale, we have not interacted with Tensei Ibuki at all. The Wangan has been closed to us. The Night Racers, Akira. Not really a surprise there. Their second is dead. Lagoon Racing, that's us. Show A. Show A. I'd like to enter the qualifier. Not interested in driving 3 laps. And getting nothing out of it. Top 2 to advance. Best of Yokohama Street Warriors. Sponsored by Wantech. Wantech, you can see their logos scattered about the place. This is the course that we end up doing the most laps on. Ultimately. No, that's not true. We end up doing the most on Bay Lagoon because we do the Bay Lagoon heroes. As a matter of plot, this is the one. This is the most often raced plot one. There's Yui and her drag racing wagon. She fast. That's Freddy exhibiting why other cars are hell and fake. Back when you played Top Gear like 2 on my Super Nintendo, right? Like same sort of issue at the beginning where it's just like, oh yeah, like there's a bunch of cars to run into, right? And then it got better as the course went on, but of course you couldn't catch up because Scott had standard rubber band. This game doesn't have rubber band. Woo! Too much! That is Yui in front of us. Pink wagon. The wagons are actually pretty light. All things considered, the wagon frames end up being very light. Aerodynamics are kind of stuck, but in terms of like weight, they're actually pretty nice. You can definitely get a good power weight ratio out of the wagon. The last two in front of us are Gale and Akira. Got 3 laps to make this work, I believe. 2 laps left. You can see that we have 7 kilometers left. 7 kilometers of race left. 7 kilometers of race left. Woo. This turn, I didn't talk about it the first time we were here. It sucks. It never stops sucking. Absolutely berserk turn. Really requires you to slow down a ton, whip your ass around, and crawl out of that second curve after it. Good enough. Dang it. Another instance, you could see out the corner of your eye, he kind of drifted through the rail. Doesn't matter. Computers do not have real physics. You do. They don't. I'm gonna get first. I get second, but not getting. I don't know if I'm gonna be able to catch up with Akira here. I've just been beefing these corners too badly. Losing this one would be a meaningful. It's only 3 laps. It's still a meaningful time loss. It's not as bad as it could have been. Not good. That's a good turn. Focus. Too much. Dang it. Back in there. Didn't catch him. Stay ahead of him. That's a good question. Maybe? All right. We get to proceed. Not ideal. Not ideal, but we get to proceed. All right. This is an auto-scroller. Not even going to say anything during it. It's just a waste of all our time. I'm going to refill a water bottle and I'll be back. Welcome back. Still watching this. Now this, I'm letting it on a little thick with this one. But the reason is because after we see this, He's gonna monologue again. Like, couldn't have just squeezed in the monologue here. Just couldn't consider it. Couldn't conceive of that concept. Ugh. Racing Lagoon, you're so easy to love, but you're making it difficult. All right. And then you get control. You get the ability to move on. At about that point, the bridges. You can hear the save music. We're not doing it. All right. Wow, this is some super dramatic music. Wow, Wantech looks incredibly evil. All right, good to know. Now loading. Sho and Yuka. Pommel EV qualifier in the bag. Festival of Wonder and Riches. What pit stop? You don't have pit stop mechanic in this game, buddy. Victory party. Not ready to leave. I just feel like celebrating. Dude, this is kind of cool. I like this vibe. These streets still bear the scars of our battle. But every drift, skid, and overtake is etched into them. Tomorrow, these streets will return to the public, and these records will be lost. Here are legends written in a language that only races can recognize. And like this is pretty important. The concept of like a victory in a competition, where is basically the proof that it ever happened is often to some degree incidental. Even more so in the digital world that we live in. Right. That said, there's one more reason Sho wanted to linger, which is thought maybe he'd spot Goji hanging around after the crowd. It's a long shot. Figured he'd try it. No luck. Hey, it's phone call. About time for the party. Her call tells us that yeah, bad things. Goji is dead. No brakes into the ocean. Goji just is dead. We also find out that Makoto lost their battle with survival. But then we meet this insufferable jackass. I want you to look at this jackass, because he's a jackass. You can look at that guy and know he's a jackass. Kenji Kaito. Jackass. He challenges Iki, and Iki is not interested. Iki is in no way interested in this garbage fight. So we fight for him, since now we're ostensibly BLR's number 2, right? Okay. And, you know, respectable car. We're power weight ratio, but what are you going to do? This race is the other reason you turn the brightness up. On hardware, this is legitimately somewhat difficult, because the rain effect here is solid. Very, very. As long as you don't completely beef it, fine. Man, do not make it easy to see the wall here. And the road, like the road in your map down there on the left, is super strange. There's no real context hints to be like, hey, right? Like, oh, the road's gonna curve here. Nope. Just have to figure it out. Visual inspection in the rain at night. Someone who has trouble driving at night sometimes? Yeah, no, this is freaking banana stupid. And terrible. This is one of my least favorite races in this game. Mainly because it reminds me how terrible I am driving at night. Get this there. We did it. Yeah. Genji Jackass Kaido. I mean, you can be his best friend, you have to be one of the drift dancers. Alright. We win that one, we don't take anything from this jerk. You can keep all your garbage. And then, we beat him, and he's like, yeah, whatever, like, anybody can win on a straight road. He picked the place to fight. He's like, come to Hakone, right, like, and bring Iki, because Miharu is waiting for Iki on Hakone. Hakone is a nearby mountain range, and or mountain. So this is the, initial D? Pardon, this is where the initial D homage gets more pointed. Not only are we driving a Lethine, it's basically a Torino. Iki was previously involved in downhill racing in the mountains. So it shows like what I don't understand. Things are getting buddy, you just found out that 2 of the racers in the community died. Things are getting serious again. Hey, Joe, you're not making yourself look sympathetic. Well, they weren't still here. They're very, very dead. I knew it deep inside. They totally were racing with me. You better have some answers or the show's gonna dump him. Wait. No, I mean... something new had been born in this bleary rain. This is something that'll get revisited in the next couple races. The idea that something has really changed within the show. No. So Iki tells us 2 years ago he was a racer in Hakone. He was racing with the other person who was of roughly equal talent, competing to be the next leader of the Drift Dancers. Haru and Iki are talking. Haru's like, any jackass who slows me down or gets in my way to take a hike, they don't deserve to race in the same road. If you break formation, one of you could end up dead. Still break away? Haru, you heard right, and if I ever slowed you down, you'd have my permission to do the same. You put your lap times before your lap time. Racing is about filling out numbers of spreadsheet. This is street racing. These roads exist for one reason, to let me race forever. Faster and stronger and further. We race because we exist. We're gonna height no man has ever reached. The only competition a street racer has is with itself. So cut up on our race, we didn't see the oncoming elephant, which is a heavy SUV. EV hit the brakes. Haru just kept going. And that was it. That's why he left. Clearly, Miharu won the vibe check. Good talk. We're going to Hakone tomorrow. Because this night is completed. Sure am finished saving data. The undefeated. All right. Game just puts us in Hakone here. Web of mountain passes inhabited by demons. Like any overworld in this game, there's random quest stuff and things to interact with, and we are going to ignore all of it. Newer speedrun Rare actually does interact with some of the things on the mountain later, but we're not going to be doing that. We are basically here strictly to handle plot relevant stuff. The demon's true form is revealed. Oof, man, I am tired. That is not good. All right. Right. This guy's gonna tell us that the left road is a reasonable thing, the right road is a silly thing, and the middle road is a no encounter zone. Guess which road we are going to go down? The answer is one without encounters, because I don't want to get any random encounters. You see it. Listen to this music. Ready. Ready as I get. Ready as I can get. I'm all set. I do not need more practice. Let's go. Let's go already. It's a team battle, so there's a bunch of random people. I don't know that there's any place that causes you to fail this race. I've only tested first, second, and third, but yeah. As usual, the faster you finish the race, faster you finish the race. Thanks for the boost, EE. Like that. Those other cars. Excuse you. I hate those indicators because they're pointing the wrong direction for half of the thing, because they're meant to be viewed by somebody coming on straightaways at a reasonable speed. Not somebody whipping their car around like it was a bunch of hair. Ugh. Let's find out if fourth is out. Doesn't look like it. Again, I'm gonna post the race auto scroller. Why they devote so much time to this particular race, I really don't understand. Like, it's not like this race is particularly important in any real way. Alright. Time for an actual race. Actual racer. We need to win. We're in a Lev, they're in a Thunder. I just love a solid power to weight ratio. A little lighter, a little weaker. This is a downhill. Same course that we just ran, other direction. Get some real lag here. What you get when you're using hardware. That particular piece of the road, the second road from the top, has a bit of a lag problem consistently. Even two-person races. Like those, you know, like the seventh person thing that you just had. Like, camp. Two-person race. Goes a little grody to be like, oh yeah, can't handle that. dare to pass me. Oh, alright. Woo! Alright. So here we get it again. Right, like, show was talking about a new feeling that was developed. On the 7th night? Okay, also, Iki. The 86 he wrote. Iki let Show have the car, the 86 Levine that you were driving. So Show is literally just a complete, like, is a straight, like, I'm the protagonist of Initial D. Not, like it's not, right? Not just, oh, haha, you have a Levine, what a reference. It's, your mentor was a mountain racer in Akode and gave you his old reference from Initial D. But yeah, this is Maharu being bitter about being left behind. Like, he said he was doing it because he wanted to fight the faster racers in Yokohama, but yeah, level up. And the black cat. Huh, why do I have written down that I take the black cat here, bro? Sure don't. The wrong night? No, like, this is the... That was supposed to be the fight. Gets me the black cat. Black cat's not strictly necessary. We'll be fine without it. Here's another view on Iki and Miharu Racing. We just saw the one. Now we're gonna see it again. Game. Yeah, I got questions. I love you so much, but I could do without seeing man I was. I had my friends and you too. Wow, that's a cold view. Also, you lost! Ha 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 ha! Iki wins. And with that, Night 8 is done. So what, Night 9, right? Huh. 8th Midnight. Whispers from the Dark. Okay, I guess it's still the same night, just there's midnight and it's different somehow. Alright. Map auto scroller. We get this camera shot. Set the whole night in my car. Cold. Thoughts of swimming. Go to death. Koto's death, string of street racing accidents back, years ago. Mystery behind Yellow Stars. During the beginning of the 7th night, while they're kind of thinking about Kyoji, they see an article about strings of racer deaths, like and how it was like what was happening 10 years ago. We skipped over all of that, but that's kind of what that is. And then here's the new feeling again. I needed to escape out from under the shadow and grow my own wings. Once tried. Man. Night is completed. Alright. Iki left me a gift from Hakone's master tuner. He might be buttering me up with a tasty worm at the end of a sharp hook. But worms aren't butter. That said, all of that great, wonderful, but we're actually going here because Yuka's here! Yay! Surely they make this unskippable, right? Important character development? Nope. Nope. Well, yeah, they talk about the mystery. Then we get this. Joe has a bit of a panic attack. You chase after Yuka, she's fine. It just takes time. So, we don't. Manabu Oda. We get an auto-scrolling segment here. Starving hyena! Right in front of me, like a juicy wildebeest with an exposed flank. The dormant emperor of Hakone. He's old man. He wants to strike out on his road. A matter of pride. Yeah. I cried out in agony. You even get the lag during this cutscene. In that second from the top segment. Versus Manabu Oda. Oda. No, it's Oda. Oda. Now loading. Wire loading. Alright. On the uphill again. We just saw ourselves on the uphill with this guy. Day, the baffling choices made for this game's cutscenes, any sort of sense whatsoever. That day is not your day. let it like turn there. Surprise! Red Marilyn is present. Surprise! Iki shoves himself into this race. Blur started coming into focus. Ocean between us had begun to dry up. Mirage had revealed itself. Metaphors remain mixed. Doesn't need prizes or adoration, but soon it will be his. Whatever it happens to mean. Alright. This is where Iki drops the bomb that he's hearing voices in his head. And this thing we're about to see is our reaction to that. Alright, what the hell is going on? Now we're back in Ghost Story mode. Death Grip. Let him say it clear as day. I hear the voice. The voice. Is this all I'm good for? Chasing Iki's taillight? Iki, why didn't you tell us? I should probably monologue at him. Living in fear, suffering in silence. That's bullshit. It's not hiding. That's not fighting. No. Against that formless voice. Skip that once, no more. Any further skips send you back to the same place, which is this place. I did not want to do machine complete. Wanted to buy stuff. By low comp, by R, right, by arrow C. Body modify yet. I'll always do that later. Better tires. Better aero kit. Alright, money no longer really matters at this point. Like I said, I do not have the money to do machine changes, but I don't have to. To battle! Alright. Now, the tuner, Takahashi, wants to drive against us, so we're gonna do a downhill. Different downhill, though. Downhill? This looks like the uphill. Weird, because you sneak up when you hit the top. Oh well, whatever. I wish these country roads were better lighted. His car is super tuned. Like, as you will see when we get to see his complete, like, he is just tons of slots, tons of stuff in those slots. Which is cool. Like, it's cool that kind of like the heavy tuner has a heavily tuned car, right? Like, he's not just driving people go. You know, they've got a couple of slots and most of them are empty. This guy's slots are chock full of stuff. Victory! Winning really does matter, game. Right, more unskippable monologues. Why do we even bother with New Game Plus if we can't skip half the cutscene? Answer is that we get to skip a lot of that. No justification. So here's another person who's like, hey, racing against you lets me know what kind of person you are. Started to see why Ethan gave you that car. Doesn't even look like a leather anymore. Heckin' yeah! Look in the garage, it'll knock your socks off. If you're not wearing socks, then it'll knock your feet off. Again, neat that he had all kinds of toony stuff, but he's a carbureted engine. I could not care less. Gift for Miki. That's right. Miki arranged for us to have a GP spec car. Then we ride along with KT in his Zeta. There is KT's Zeta. here's where KT lets drop an important name. So first, apparently KT has told everything but the GP's hearing a voice. So said, yeah, I can keep ET's secret. KT, I'm going to talk about 10 years ago. KT, his Zeta, and Manowu involved outrageously tuned Zeta 3000 drivers like Yokohama's fastest driver. Yokohama's fastest driver. That's the one. Him and that Zeta 3000 became a legend, and it's still told to this day. Pitch black body that blends in the darkness of night. A horrible metallic sounding muffler. An unsettling arrow kit. It looked almost as if it was a living beast, some altered beast. Diablo tune. Zeta's 80,000. This is straight ripped from Wanga Midnight. The first arc of Wanga Midnight is about the Devil Z, the Zeta that is, you know, as unto a demon. The Devil Z. So this is a straight file off of serial numbers, Wanga Midnight reference. But as I said, that makes the game being a bit more of a ghost story. Diablo tune? But cars and the demons that drive them have this sickly black aura. Terrifying car, the Diablo Zeta 3000. Every racer who touched that black magic wound up dead in a freak accident. The Diablo Zeta 3000 had dragged them down with its dark powers. Must have raced with unmanageable speed. Show. You don't touch the cursed amulet just because it promises great power. You show me pictures of an accident. It was a blue 7 that had driven into the ocean. Like Yoshi. That's right. That was the same one his brother drove. 7 and then Diablo 2. 10 years. Whoever is responsible for Diablo tuning those cars has hell to pay. It does look like his 2400 is definitely the fair lady. Right, like, or something more like the fair lady. Right, like it's only the 2400 is not 30,000. This is my chance to make a difference, and I can never forget that. Oh my god, please let me out of this dialogue hell. Finally. Ooh. Alright. Wake up. We got a big race coming. And the rules have changed. Sure am. Had that dream again. Another save screen? Sure. Alright. Again. Nights just keep getting completed. It is GP time. The actual race has arrived. And we have a new GP spec car that has no mechanical relationship to the car that we are normally driving. It handles differently, it has different everything. I don't remember if it carries your car's color scheme in any way, but yeah, it's a different car. generally it has much better handling than our car, and is a little less light in general. Stronger brakes too. It's a solid car, but it is different. Oh, it doesn't? Okay. And then now everybody's gonna be racing, doing these, you know, these very similar kind of aero kits. So yeah, East Japan's. This is the Hakone Drift Dancers, Haru. Already met him. This is Yokohama. This is Akira. He was in the other person that won the qualifying race. This is Kyoko Shina. We have not met her. And yes, it is a her. We have not met her, and we won't in the speed run. I think we hear about her. Tokyo C1 Roadstars, Gamoa. We haven't met him either. Tokyo. We will meet him later. And then that's us. White, red, sleek. Aero kit, spoiler, everything. We don't have time for no test runs. Finish in the top 2 to advance. All right. This is 5 laps. Which means that if we don't get first, and it says we'll allow first or second, but we need the money from first. You don't get anything for second. We need that money. So like it's first or lose and reset if we get a second, right? Because the game will let us continue at second. All right, here we go. This is one of the fairest races in the game where everybody has kind of the same capability. And hell is other cars. It's tough to tell sometimes whether the game is cheating or whether it's just failing to render all of the things between you and the other cars. Woo! That was quite a spin there. Right. Back to it, shall we? God, it's has so much control. It's almost hard to drive just because it has so much control. Like, yeah, no, I can do whatever the hell you want. That said, the computer's lines don't get particularly smarter just because the cars are better. Ugh. That's annoying. Ugh. Hell is other cars. Did I mention that yet? God, it snaps so hard in the curves. Bye, Tina. See Iki opening up some space. Whew. Barely squeezed out there. Oh, that was bad. So different. So different. Here's that draw. Hell is other cars. He has like 4 seconds on us. Oh, beautiful collision there. Come on, Iki. Do this. Oh, I have a whole nother lap? Oh yeah, we got this easy. I was terrified that was the last lap. Nope, nope. You can't stay in front of me for this whole next lap. Weird. I've got this. I've got you this time. God, I hate this turn though. It never gets better. Get back here. Yeah! Hell is other cars. That's not happening. Have to give up. Ugh. Dang it. That's time loss. Right. If it had finished for me, it wouldn't have let me white out there. Been a while since we've seen you, Game Over Scream. It's not good to be back. Yeah, I remember this. There we go. Thankfully, they don't make you sit through the auto-scroller. The warm-up run. To advance to what? It's the finals! There isn't anywhere to advance to. Alright. Let's tighten up. Be less sloppy. The car is just so much different. It can be hard to adjust to sometimes. Why isn't this still loaded? Oh well. Of course we start at the back. Why wouldn't we ever have any other position than the back? Of course he gets pole. Of course we're at the back. Always at the back. Back in literally every formation in the world. That's not true. I guess in the qualifying, in the deciding race with Koji, we were not the farthest back. Oh, look at all those collisions that don't make any damn sense. See, Iki? Got you this time. You are not gonna win this one. I don't even need to skid to make that turn. Oh. Other cars. Stop. Weirdo. Weirdo. Here's ahead of Iki. That doesn't happen all the time. Get out of my way. You. Can't actually go through these curves that fast. You don't need to go that slow either. Ah! Unreal that we have full grip at during that sort of post-turn curve. Ooh, that was a good bounce. That was a sharp bounce. Oh, and that was a great turn too. Finally. Time to open up some space. Okay, no problem. 2 more laps. This game does not have rubber banding mechanics. Like it is legitimate. That's why you haven't seen me. I haven't mentioned them at all. It doesn't have any. If you can beat them by like 15, 20, 30 seconds, then you're gonna beat them by that much, right? This isn't that sort of game, right? I guess so. Let's go on that digression. Why do racing games have rubber banding often? The answer is because they're trying to present you with a challenge, right? Like they're trying to make it so that you have a challenge. If it's just like you bought the game, you're easy at it, you cruise through it, you're done, right? Like you don't feel good about that. Like nobody feels particularly good about that, right? The rubber banding creates a challenge. It is similar to how matchmaking works in online games, right? Like the idea of perfect matchmaking in online games is that via ranking changes and ranking analysis, you end up at a 50-50 position. Right? Like where all of your matches, right? Like the number of matches you win and lose are, you know, evenly 50-50, right? That is the point of matchmaking. Why would they want to do that? Because they like that. That's the point, right? Like it's like if we can sort you so that you're, you know, faced up against even fights all the time, right? Like that is the best place to put each person, right? So that it's not like, oh, like the you know, you're always stomping easy players, the easy players are discouraged, right? Like stuff like that, right? So like online matchmaking is meant to create a world where you're always challenged, right? You can't do that with a single player video game. There is no such thing as matchmaking, right? So how do you do it? You use gross tools like rubber banding, right? Like, and other catch-up mechanics, things like aha, right? Like now the game has some challenge. Or with party games, right? Like Mario Kart and such, right? Like you lean heavier in the catch-up mechanics. It's like we have things that help even the odds if is the case that, right, like one person is in the lead, right? It's more fun, right, like as a party game, right, like if, right, like sometimes, you know, the worst player or the player that was doing the worst gets the comeback, right? That's part of the fun sometimes, right? Like they don't need perfect matchmaking, but like that's not what the game is about. Which is why Smash competitive discourse is often such a weird place. Because like we made a party game, Smash was like, great, we're gonna take it seriously. It's like, it's not necessarily very good at that, guys. What can you do? People will compete in whatever. Right? Anyway, long story short, there's no rubber banding in this game. It don't get it. It is plenty challenging as it stands. And because it's an RPG, you can outgrind everything. Right? Like that is an RPG truism, right? Like if it was rubber banding no matter what you had for gear, right? Like that wouldn't be very RPG fair, right? Like it's like one of the conventions of the JRPG, by and large, is that you can accrue resources to overcome any gap, given your willingness to accrue resources, right? Like so like they don't, if they had rubber banding in this game, that would be kind of, right, like against that. So yeah, it's, you know, rubber banding is a common mechanic in racing games. It serves a particular purpose. That purpose is not well served here, and so they do not have it. For which I am grateful, because hell is, and remains, other cars. And this is first place. Woo! Alright, woo! We did it! Guess what? Auto scroller. You're gonna have to watch them drive all the way to the bridge again. Let me get some eye drops. My eyes hurt. I'll be right back. Oh, just in time. There we go. Whew. All right. This is the first time I think we see this screen. Bonus rewards. Bunches of money. Get it. I'm not saving here. I am, however, going to save the next save point. Alright, so they set up a party, but we are too busy. We arrive late to the party because we are going to spend the next 5 or 6 cutscene skips gently losing our minds. Yeah, like, we spend the entire night driving wildly, having flashbacks to fiery car crashes, hearing voices in our head. Like I said, my notes are that we arrive late to the party so we can gently lose our minds in flashbacks. Okay. I'm going to make a legitimate save here. I am finished saving data. We get access to machine complete here. I will not be changing anything. Alright. Alright. So Iki at the end is challenging us heads up, right? Like we beat him in the GP. Right, like, but here it is. On the Bay Lagoon course at sunrise at 4:59 a.m. in Yokohama. As the sun rises, we are finally gonna race it out with Iki. Wow, our pickup is really, really good. Incredibly good, actually. Dang. We were not going at the right speed in that corner, but man, sure did get a lot of speed there. Too much. You already have us beat. I can't get this right. You're cornering so absurdly. I think we're gonna have to reset though. I don't think we can catch PT at this point. Too many bad crashers. Soft reset. This is why I made the manual save. So what happens if you lose that race? Is a bunch of unskippable nonsense, and then it drops you back to a prompt where you can grind. Or visit a special shop. A special shop has nothing we want. We will not be grinding. The first time you fail there is just a massive, painful loss of time. So instead, we engage in this soft reset, which is a loss of time, but it's not as bad. Don't need to do machine complete. All right. Let's try this without beefing it, shall we? We're at 190 in that curve. Jesus. All right. Could have been a better turn, but... Didn't mean to hit that corner. Still ahead, though. Shoot! That's bad. That's real bad. Blew it. Don't need machine complete. Get on with it. All right. Let's not drive into the wall this time, huh? Maybe don't go nose first into the wall. Great. Hit me. Really, you need. Shit, there you are. GG. Wish I could open up more space between us. I really can't. No. Hell, there's other cars. Dang it. Not good enough. Because, as is true so often, the length counter is a lie. You have to be ahead of Iki at 2.5 laps, or else you're done. This is another one of the places where my estimate exists. Estimate exists as it is because of this. After this, it's pretty much smooth sailing. But this one, this is again like the like we are just good enough to win this in terms of car stats. Honestly, with that low money, right? Like we are using a strat we don't normally use. Very backup strats today out on the streets of Yokohama. Oh, frack! Stop. All right. That's just a scuffed attempt. Leave. All right. Again, Iki, Timon. After we beat him in Yokohama, we are the #1 racer. Iki wants to have it out one-on-one on Bay Lagoon at sunrise. Some point I looked up in 1999 when sunrise would be at this point in time, roughly. I think it puts it somewhere in mid-fall, October. There you go. Stay behind me. Just like that. Did it! Finally. Again, we switched to Iki's perspective. Why would we possibly ever switch to Iki's perspective? Oh no. Yeah. They just repaired that railing! Iki puts himself into the wall. We throw our phone into the ocean in a panic. And then we run into the ghost story part. There's a voice in our head. We can ask it questions. It's very confusing and reticent to answer. We are in a ghost story now. Iki no longer can hear the voice. Now it's in us. Pull the card again. We won't be physically resetting anything. All right. Alright, welcome to Ninth Night. We skip the scene, we get a map cutscene. Much more somber map cutscene. Our home, our street. Parallels to the first night. The starting line for this sordid story. Our own twisted legend of speed. You call them a prison, buddy. Nice existential crisis here, buddy. We can go to the other section of the highway now. Go team. Yeah.
I'll flip the wraps, flip the trap.
Highway area. Kanto's fastest unit. Daikoku parking area. A fortunate choice. I call this place the racing hole. Or the parking hole. Thoroughly uninterested in this garbage. You will not believe how fast I give up. Oh yeah. Good deal. So yeah, the guy, Garo or whatever his name is, Gamo, tried to start a thing here. Tokyo's fastest unit. Yeah, nobody's going for it. So now they're kind of mad. the highway, the rules are that you can't get into battles here unless you're over 100 kilometers per hour. Keisuke is a fucking tool bag. And on that note, let's drive. Again, we are trying to be aware of people flashing their lights. Goal is to head to North Yokohama. There's going to be a spur here at some point. Take it north, and you go to North Yokohama. Now I have a bunch of setup for stuff to buy. Down this way. We need some tools that will help us later. Which is to say, we need some chassis. Different chassis. We're gonna buy them here. Now that we have all this money. Want the B, want the CVCR, we want the coral. Switch to the B. Like. Oh, we hadn't done the tuning yet. Is that something I can do here? Or are we just not doing that yet? Okay, we're just not doing that yet. That's fine. That's fine. We can live without the MR for a moment. We need to buy the B anyway. Headed to Hakone. Alright, so here we're going to do a couple URRs. We haven't touched on URRs much yet. URRs, as I said, they're optional races. They give rewards of various sorts. Important thing here in regards to this is that we need to get 42 points, and each URR completed gives us 2. So we will need to do 20 URRs combined with those 2 points we picked up earlier, and this is 2 of them. This is essentially the same track as the raining race, except it's not raining, so it's pretty straight. Pretty straight and pretty straightforward. Lagoon. him up. Don't drive at 260 kilometers per hour on the highway, kids. It's probably not. It's probably not safe. It's absolutely not safe. I don't know why they let you flash your lights in driving mode. Doesn't make any sense to me. Replay skip. URRs let you replay skip if you skip replays immediately. They are glorious for that. It's a good question. I don't have a good answer. Alright, and we'll go do the race in reverse. Every racetrack has two directions. The heat of race, it slips your mind. The sound of your car tearing through the thick air sounds like a cry of death. I've just finished up La Mulana 2 last weekend, so I look at that and I see a bunch of keywords. And this is a crap. What mantras am I supposed to use? Alright. Reverse direction. Same concept. Different race. It is on the other side of the highway, so it's not actually the same road. Right? Because this is a highway. Right? Not just on the road. It is a little different, but not significant. Just a touch. Different guardrail, different indicators at different. You can, even though you're an automatic, you can always paddle down or up. Probably gonna seal my face. So far ahead. Oh well. Thankfully, with these, retries are free and easy. Go. I would love to live in a world where I can see well. Or really help me out. More than likely. That's a weird loading angle, game. Very weird. 5 kilometers. Insane. Come on, pay attention. Turns aren't that sharp. Okay. Whoa. Alright. Why would we go do these 2 URRs? Because we actually need to go to Hakone. The only people that we know of that know anything about Diablo 2, or the voices, or anything, are in Hakone. Because Iki just put himself in the hospital. Yay. Little money. In the heat of the night. Now the guy doesn't bug you. You can say no to him and he won't bug you and you can proceed. And the new route does have those 2 races later. But Yokohama's top 2 are in the same place. That's certainly words that Jay just said that doesn't make any sense. Can't fight on this road. Guys are all pure phrases. Welcome to the Holy Road. Welcome to Heaven's Hill. The revival of Yokohama's fastest legend. It certainly is an ordeal. And a mountain at the same time. Sadly, we aren't going to get a costume change or hair change or the ability to equip much more better weapons. We are, however, going to get in auto scroller. Emperors battling it out. They must be working something out with their cars. Probably already knew it was an accident. The result in street racing been shaken. Shake, 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 ba-da-ba-da-ba. Shake, 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 ba-da-ba-da. Take your weasel. Racing is all we have to believe in. Only thing is to let it heal. Smoke better. Jesus? A real smoke. Dang little. Ride this road to the end. Yeah, I'm hoping to ride this road to the end too. Hopefully within the next 2 hours and 40 minutes. So I don't blow my estimate. Of course I got driven into a wall. Alright. See if we can get to this place without getting a random encounter. Yeah! Let's meet up. I can take them. I'm for some racing in this racing game. Woo! And the only people who could tell us about Yokohama's fastest legend are people from 10 years ago. Like Manabu, like Oda, like KT. Yeah, the cars is a good PWR. 2.9 versus 3.0. Koguchi knows what's up. You lose these races, they tell you to get back up and try it again. I sure wish I had the black cat instead of high cam. Bonito Seuss. I have to get much. Leave this one. I'm gonna get lectured. Hey, I'm back. Beat me. I'm a jerk. Yeah. Meow. Can't give up yet. Take this lost line down. Get angry. Steal back your victory from me. I'd love to, if you would let me out. Not the honest Scarlet. Get them over without beating her first. What are the rules on Hakone? Yeah, no, I get it, buddy. Just let me actually play the game, and I will try to win this time. Oh boy, experience. It's my favorite. Love experience. Now loading. I am quite enraged. Let's try this again. Too much. Oh. Yeah. I'm gonna get lectured again. I know, Miharu, we already had this discussion. Yeah, we've already had this discussion. Oh no, Luke, what save point you at? Because the save point on Kone is at the bottom of the mountain. On the high. Figure out why I didn't get the black cat from the fight I expected to get the black cat from. So we know if we try and get under, it'll crush us against the wall. Sucks. Other cards. Ugh. All right. Okay. In the interest of this being a marathon, I'm going to load the appropriate backup save. Yeah, thanks. The appropriate backup save is 2H. I can't keep throwing away time because I have a suboptimal setup. Cannot afford to fight you nerds. Let's try this again without getting immediate combat from these nerds. Wouldn't that be novel? Sure do. All right. All right. Oh yeah. And we're headed back to Hakone because they're the only people we know that were racing 10 years ago that we have any sort of good relationship with. Because we don't have a good relationship with Yui or the leader of the gangsters, who also have that sort of history. You are working something out. Right, because first thing is all we have to believe in. There is no church. There is no society. There is only race X. Meet up with them. I can take them. Yeah, now that I have the right card stuff. Not struggling by with a backup strat. I'm actually not that good at backup strat, apparently. Alright. See, we're already in much better shape. I know that the high cam is good in the abstract, but it really, really, really leans on those high revs. I knew that that was what we would want eventually, but clearly we need something that helps one of the low revs right now. So, doing it again, I'll tag a lower rev cam. Stuck in this position again. Ah! Can't see. I'm gonna lose again with the right card because I couldn't see a turn. Everything right now. Turn up the brightness on the TV and see if that helps me here. Yeah, again. Get the scene. Where Maharu. Don't even have a spoiler. course we hit the inside rail. This is really frustrating. I know I can't give up. Even turning up the brightness on my monitor, I still just can't see. And I hate it. Yay, levels. By and large, the leveling mechanic is more of a hindrance to the overall playability of the game, even if it does help it evoke the idea of JRPGs. The amount by which you have to grind your new pieces of gear to make them usable, with all of the accessories, is extreme. The level caps are also low. But yeah, you're looking at, like, to get something into like its top level is races in the 100, 150. I think. Really bad. Again, I understand why they did it, but it doesn't. Better than I've taken that turn the last 50 times I've done this race. Oh my god. Did we not blow this turn? No, obviously we're gonna blow the turn. Oh, finally! Alright. Great. Wonderful. Now will you just stop lecturing me? Of course you won't. Now it's like you're racing for your life. Like you're a whole different person. With a voice in your head and a ghost. And this moving, this speed. This speed is mine. Just as it was 10 years ago. Allow me to become you. I don't need to take anything here. Slash. I have backup saves. Time to beat Manabu. Manibu. Manabu Oda. His PWR is way worse. Said in theory on the downhill, Heavy's advantage here. Gravity is going in the right direction. But you can see that like I am way much more ahead out the front. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, now this is the ghost talking. Manabu is dying. I'm gonna go out racing. Woof. A rough one, Manabu. Which is only slightly funny because there is a seat, like thing you can get as a mod for the vehicle that is called Coffin. I am sure done. All right. It should be fine on RP. Alright. Lean skip. And so we learn that we should head north from Manabu. The voice in our head, we get to interrogate it again, and it remains thoroughly unhelpful and obsessed with speed. The night is complete. I kind of want to save it. What I just. Sure am. Welcome to Ninth Midnight. Another name for Angel. That's right. You have another 2 nights in 1 night. Don't think about it too much. It's not good for your health.
Flip the wraps, flip the track.
Split the track. Oh, So, just in case. I'm glad I saved for that reason, too. So, the C1 Roadstars are blocking all the ways out. They're the ones that want to do that Kanto's fastest unit type thing that everybody walked out on. And the guy in charge is mad at me. Come on. Did it even exist, buddy friend? I mean, I'm not going much of anywhere. You've got me boxed in. I ain't letting you leave Kanto. Almost showtime. There's that word again. Alright. This track is 2 minutes long. Oh, so long. This is a course that's really, really got narrow, tight turns. One of the worst, one of the hardest things to handle when you have a powerful car. Ah. You have to be willing to be less of a lead foot in this environment. It's hard for me. When it comes to video games, I love being a lead foot. I love overpressing. I love committing to the same bit. Pumping one stat over and over. Sometimes the speed gotta let off a bit. 2 rules of DPS. Always be DPSing, and you can't DPS when you're dead. We're well ahead of those jerks. Good deal, good deal. Nobody's riding your tail. Movie's right behind you. That is enough to get what I needed to get. TT33 will be the engine we finish this sucker with. We do not, however, equip it yet. Because, worst case, he takes the filter and we don't care. Because we're about to give up. Because the guy from 10 years ago shows up and challenges us to a race in an elephant. I'm not interested in racing on this track. Like, it takes too long. Absolutely uninterested. So we're gonna do the same. We're gonna quit and save ourselves like 40 seconds. See Todoroki. Yeah, another, like I said, another guy from 10 years ago knows kind of what happened. And, talk to us after he races us. Because this is a shonen anime, even if it's a ghost story. Go team! Woo! backwards! Driving backwards! It's totally silly! God, at least it gives us something to do! Wow, we're waiting! Gonna drive on direction on this road. Zoom. Does handle negative numbers correctly. And right here. Good race, everybody played hard. You can have my filter if you want my mushroom filter. I do not care. You're not gonna let me out of the auto-scroller game. Yeah, this is another one where the camera's really funny. It shows us, then it shows them, and it shows us, and it shows them. It'll be easier to catch them if I can go in reverse. North. I have to head north. Oda told him, head north. Nova told you to head north. Hey, didn't even take anything. Life is free and easy. So here's a big thing happened in this reveal. In essence, you are told that it is assumed the fastest racer died at this point. And this guy's basically certain of it, is that whoever the person who was the fastest racer was, is dead. 100%. We're gonna save because we successfully created a new test state. And I will want to play with that later. Ram. Alright, so now we head north. We're headed to Hokkaido. We're headed north. It's snowy. It's cold. We're gonna have, that's right, even racing games have ice levels. A very Xenogears moment. 2 cutscenes and then a save. Not interested, game. Thank you and goodbye. It's cold in the heart of the cedar. Go! That's nice. Pain of Destiny. We're getting closer. Oh, yeah. Ice level. Not just ice level with pits. Guardrail has kept us alive. That is no longer going to be true all the time. That's it. That said. to buy a couple things from Toon Shop Icevia. We need to buy both of the twin turbos. And we need to buy the Mark IV. We need a 4-wheel drive chassis. For reasons that will become evident later. Interested in buying these stupid snow tires. What was the other thing we're buying here? No, we're not buying we don't need 400. Oh, actually we do. We want it specifically for the cases where we can't use turbos. There we go. Look at that power. Double check that everything's modified good. All right. All right. Yeah, I said it was an arcade racer. Let's do it. There's a course here that you can race and grind on. This game is very smart about giving you grind locations in ways that maybe if it wasn't Square doing it, right, like they might not have. Right? Like it's like a company that does racing games, right, like had made this RPG. They might not have thought as closely about, you know, oh, like how are we going to, you know, how are we going to give them grind points? Right. Square, however, didn't miss a beat here. There's basically no place where you can get soft locked due to, oh, I am too weak to win this race, and there's no way to get stronger. And I have saved past the point of no return. That is basically not a thing in this game. Every time you're in that case, there's always, like, an option to drop back to the last possible place. So, the busted-ass heater is starting to squeal! Squeal, heater, squeal! Almost there. What will await me? On top of this, at the snow-capped summit of this forbidden mountain. Then the blue tone comes in when the voice from within is awake. I know it. Breathing slow and steady, savoring his awakening. It ain't the whiskey he was savoring. Manaiwu said he's the genius engineer behind Diablo Tune. Did it exist? What is he doing in a place like this? Did he exile himself here as if to reject his humanity? Was he too godlike to live along the unwatched masses? Show, buddy. If you were 10 years younger, I'd call these Chubinho instincts. Here it is, the end of the line. We find the guy, he gives us a disc, and by a disc, I mean like a CD, a digital disc. Here's a forgotten hill. Stop him from getting away. Definitely one of my favorite screens from this game. There it is. Look for my water. All right. So yes, we have snow physics here. And there are 2 sections where there are no guardrails, and if you fall off, you will die. Including if you have already finished the race. If you slide off after having finished the race, you die. You have to be in front of the other non-chasing racer. We have some pursuers. Like we have the guy, the doctor, not the doctor, the mechanic. We have to be ahead of the mechanic. Not just the pursuers. Just coming up on the first no walls segment pretty soon. Here it is. Thankfully, you can, as long as you're able to drive the rest of the course reasonably well, segments without guardrails, you can slow down drastically. And then when you finish the race, you attempt to stop dead, so you don't slide off the edge. Alright, here upcoming is the second section. You don't have to go over much. You can just go over like with a polygon, and that's sufficient to kill you. Don't worry, we'll run into that mechanic again later. But for now, we did it. We have completed the only real race in this chapter. And then the pursuers catch up with him, they shoot and kill him, and the ghost inside your head is unwilling to answer anything at all. There's the disc that I'm talking about. Like it has an optical platter, right? Like, but with a diskette frame, right? So it has that cover. And then, you know, now we're back driving the highway back to Yokohama, right? So like we drove up to Hokkaido, we came back to Yokohama, we've been away for a bit. Alright. But right now the show is just very confused. And who can blame him? He's in a JRPG plot. Can't blame you. It's a JRPG plot. Didn't know something I didn't? Probably. It's very rare that two entities know exactly the same set of things. So yeah, the One-Tech guys, Forza Rush and John Truth, take the disc from us because we leave it in the car, exposed, easy to take, and invite us to a special Grand Prix. Great names, John Truth and Forza Rush. 11th night. Alright, so I mentioned we have a bunch of URRs we want done. Well, it's about time to do us some URRs. This chapter has the most racing of any chapter because we do a ton of URRs in it.
I'll flip the wraps, flip the track.
So we go to the Darkness GP, we go to Red Ranga Warehouse. Great. The red marker for that car, there's 3 special white cars on the C1 there. That was not intentional. Oh. One gone. Yeah, like that's not a terrible car, but it's not our car. Power of the PWR is down to 1.2. Remain 40. Yeah, this isn't. I would prefer to not be racing. It's not gonna be hard. This is the Wangam. If you have these little sections here, are very true to if you look in like an anime where you're in it, if you look at Tokyo Extreme Racer, if you look at any representation of them, they're like, that's very, the lighting system and tiling is very nice. This bridge similarly is landmarking, right? For us in the US, right, like, whatever, Yokohama is a place in Japan, but in Japanese culture, and Japan in general, we're like, Yokohama's a place, and it has all of these landmarks that are very strictly Yokohama and Yokohama. Oh hey, manual transition. Neat. No, don't want any garbage. Alright, let's try this again with less getting into combat, huh? Friends?
Flip the racks, flip the track.
Flip the track. Yeah, you know it. We are driving to the racing hall, the parking hall, that I mentioned before. There's some URRs there that are basically the course we just did. Except they give us two Harashira. I don't actually know what. It's the acronym would be HP. The points that I'm talking about that you get 42 of. Alright, okay. I can just park here. Great. Yeah, no, very true. Right? Yeah, it's always interesting to kind of think about that. I do not want to auto race this. A lot of shit went down. Apparently, the fastest legend is back. Shingo. Passed out by... no. I will not be accepting his challenge. But yeah, they found that guy out near Bay Lagoon Tower. Weird, right? That certainly has no meaning whatsoever. Right. I want URRs. There's a race each way with no restrictions, and then with no turbos or superchargers. And so we have the V30G. The engine we have right now is a twin turbo, so we can't even use that. We have to drop back to the V30G that we're using for most of the game. And then we also bought specifically the Borup 400, which is a non-turbo way of improving the car's speeds. So we have planned our buys throughout the game. Things we have bought all come down to serving our needs with regards to URs. That is the point. That was the point of all of that stuff. Top speed is at 270 here because we don't have an ECU equipped. That would give us a higher RPM limit. We definitely have a higher top speed if we wanted it. Oh, that's right. These are yours. We can skip them. Skip. Aw, skip. Alright. Thanks for the whatever you gave me. I don't care. I'll do it the other way. I have nowhere left to call home. I've cast aside the warmth and peace of everyday life to become the fastest. I get that. I did the same thing with magic. Excuse me. Oh, you are alive. Step on the gas. Yes, now step on the gas. You know why? Step on the gas. Step on the gas. Just step on the gas. What a gnarly engine noise that is. Not a huge fan. Alright. Skip. Skip. Alright, that's that. Don't care about your rewards. Don't need anything else out of you, game. Alright. I don't think I have any. Nope. Alright. No turbos, no superchargers. That's a good time to talk about turbos and superchargers. Turbos and superchargers basically use the same concept, which is that if you compress air, you get more air per air. Compressed air does a better job of creating thrust, of creating force when you combust it. Right? Compressed air plus gasoline is better than non-compressed air and gasoline in terms of in terms of explosion force, right? This is the same principle that jets work with. Jets compress air to a significant degree and then ignite, right? And then, ignite the fuel, and the resultant, speed is high, right? Superchargers and turbochargers are doing the same sort of thing. The question is, to get the compressor working, you need to provide it some you have to power it. What do you use to power it? Supercharger says, I've already got a crankshaft. I'm going to use the crankshaft of the car itself to power myself. It's like, great, okay. That means, why is everything so weird here? I have to do this one again. Maybe I should be talking about this. Anyway, like I said, great, all right. So you're accepting, that your car's direct power mechanism will be slightly weaker, but the supercharger will be able to provide you more speed because of its mechanism. Right? A turbocharger says, we're just going to use the force of air moving to get the job done, which is great. But what that means is that when you are going very slow speed, turbos don't do shit. That is why the concept of turbo lag is literally you're not going fast enough for the turbo to do its job. So superchargers work work no matter how fast you're going at the cost of your direct crankshaft's movement. Turbochargers work based on the air going into you, which is closer to the jet engine model That's what turbochargers, superchargers do, and how they are different. That is why the no turbos, no superchargers concepts are called naturally aspirated, right? Meaning literally that like they just rely on the airflow from the environment to provide the air for the combustion component. Right? No jet logic, no jet machinery, compressed air here. It's all natural. My top speed in this is actually higher than my top speed was with turbos, just barely. Really funny to me. And we're done. All right. A funny thing you can do in this game is you can slap as many turbos as you can fit in your slots on, right? Like in real engines, you know, turbos, if you want to have the engine designed around multiple turbos, you have to do the design work. And you can't slap on a whole bunch of aftermarket turbos. In this game, you can slap on anything you damn well please, including 8 turbos, 10 turbos, right? Like just tons and tons of turbos, right? It's video game logic. They're just pieces of equipment. They're just abstractions against the pieces of equipment that they resemble car parts. They're just a convenient fiction. All right. Afford to hit walls. Oh! That's infuriating. Not usually how the car physics work. I just give up. Ugh. What in the world? Yeah, I don't want to watch the replay either. Sometimes I wish I understood what was going on within the game when it comes to stuff like this, where it's like, yeah, math says this is fine, you will win this race. And like basically every time, and then the game was like, actually no, like this worked the last bunch of times you played the game, and this time you're gonna hit the dumpster. Wait, what? Why? Because it's fun. Love dumpsters. You really just can't make any mistakes in this race. We're just barely strong enough to win. Alright, we're done with it. Great. Now I can move on. Got more stuff to do. More do stuff. Don't care. Let me out.
I'll flip the wraps, flip the trap.
Time to leave the parking hole. Whee! We're headed back to Bailey. That exit puts us right here, where I want to be. Damn. Holding down the X button for the love of Pete. Maybe not for the love of Pete. Game. Why you do this? Yamashita Street? Yeah, whatever. Yamashita Street's a gimme. You're over in like 30 seconds. This is the course that you do end up in casual playthroughs. This is a course that you will often grind against. Not to pick up cars because it is fairly short and only really has one thing you have to understand. That is sharp turn at the end. Figure out how to take that turn. Looking like a complete moron. Congratulations. Even if you do look like a complete moron, still probably can win. It helps. Not look like a complete moron. Alright. Great. Wonderful. Leave me alone. Don't care. Absolutely don't care. Leave me alone. I have races to play. There we go. All right. We have come back despite being able to do many of these previously because we are very fast. The fastest we're going to be while having convenient access to this place. Also, there's nobody here. Why aren't any of the Bay Lagoon racing people here? We just did a naturally aspirated race, so let's do this one. Cutting through the darkness of night. This is where you reduce donations if you were doing a donation marathon. Instead, we're just gonna beat a bunch of nerds into the ground with a car. Ow, car. After this, we will switch the main 6 kilometers, which is 3 laps for this course. Unlike on the long gun, however, we are definitely overpowered for this one. God! So fast! This feels so incredibly... like, the handling feels just so incredibly tight here. In a good way. But yeah, see, like we are just ruffle stomping them. Every time I play, I always want to beat EP's fastest lap, right? Like that. That's why it has in red, because it was an enemy car. I never really managed to do it. An enemy car and the only other enemy car that could possibly be faster. So, like, Iki sets that some, like, he sets that in the preliminary race, right? The prologue night race. And then it's just like, yeah, okay. You got me, buddy. It's not always that exact number. Got a variant for at least a couple seconds. You. That is 7 euros down. Don't care. Dear God, how little I care. I need to switch back into turbo mode. This is why we have all of these. We made it so that our body can fit all of these chassis. So we're just going to chew through every one of these class of chassis. The turbo race and the naturally aspirated race. For both here and then the infield dirt course in North Yokohama. So we're going to do this one tonight, and we'll do that one tomorrow. That'll be all of the URRs we need to do. Another 3 laps on Bay Lagoon Short. This time we have tons of turbos. These cars are not built to beat bunches of turbos. Turbos are legal for them, but they have a whole bunch of other stuff in their slots if they have anything at all. Things that aren't turbos. Or the pistons to make turbos even better. You can see here, this car is just absolutely absurdly overpowered for its thing. And drifting like a mad thing because of the FR. Almost got it there. 36. Very good lap time. Yeah, they're charming. A lot of interesting things that were done to make PS1 era graphics work. A lot of very cool inside baseball, so to speak. Great. That's an FF. The FF race. Now loading. My fish in your face. Boom! Boom! This game's, the reason that turbos, part of the reason the turbos are so good in this game is that turbo lag is a matter of seconds, right? Like not even second, like second, right? Like even if you run into the walls, right? Like you're still going at 90 clicks, right? Like you are very, very rarely at a dead stop in this game. Like 60 kilometers an hour is enough for turbos to be on, right? So it's just kind of like, oh. Right? Turbos, like superchargers are still quite good, but like for the same reason, right? But the game doesn't give you a ton of superchargers as well, or the game gives you a shot, like absolute bananas amount of turbo options. But yeah. Ow. Flash is really good, honestly. As a turbo, Flash is really good. I definitely need to make that a part of my route. That's the difference this time around, is that I'm getting to use Slash. And it's incredible. Chassis switch. Four-wheel drive. No, we want wheels. It's four-wheel drive, not four bare axles drive. Now loading. Now loading. Now loading. See you get loading. Ow. Eat wall! I have more to say about the fact that I can run into walls once a few more plot beats happen. As I explain the plot beats to you, because we're skipping the cutscenes. This is a speedrun, and the game lets you skip cutscenes in New Game Plus. Plus doesn't give you anything else though, so it's a great choice. Drift heavy playstyle is never gonna be that comfortable with 4-wheel drive. Yep. We still got RR, which is the Beetle. Yeah, I know there's a reward. I'm not gonna wait for you to tell me what it is. Got menuing to do. All right. This will be our final. This will be our combat configuration. And that's actually one more. We have to do the Koro first. And once we're done with the Koro, then we switch into. And then we switch into our final configuration for the Darkness GP. The Darkness GP is on the exact same course as the GP, but it starts in a different position, and all the enemies are harder. It moves itself to an even worse position in terms of, oh, you got destroyed in the last turn. Is rear. All your weight is in the back. All your weight is in the back, and all your drive force is also in the back. This is not a drifting. This is the opposite of a drifting setup. Because your butt is heavy, and also where your drive wheels are. With an FR, right, like, or an FF, right, like, the weight is in the front. So your wheels being loose in the back is less of a problem. Obviously, FR, right, like, if you're drifting in FR, right, like, you're not delivering any power to the road, right, like, you're not delivering power to the road necessarily, right, your tires are failing to grip, right, and then FF, right, like, your rear wheels don't matter, they're just guide wheels, right, like, all the force, as it were, is from the front wheels. FF is a very good friendly setup. MR, which is what I prefer in this game by and large, is an even balance, like, because the first PM means that the engine weight is in the middle, right? R for rear drive. Right. So then it's an FR, but less heavy weight in the front. Right, better balance. MR is typically what you use in F1 racers, because F1 racers are basically engines with paper mache strapped around them with his paper mache as body. F1 cars incredibly light things, and so, like, when you think about an MR and those cars, it's just like 98% of the weight is in the center, right? Like, and then where's the pilot? Also in the center. Like, probably want to work like that, right? Like, in a normal car, right? Like, the person that's driving it is, a tenth of the weight of the rest of the mass at best, right? Alright, back to MR. haven't gotten all of the others. We'll put on the B, or put on the GP 5000. Yeah, it's MR time. Oh yeah, like we're doing these URRs, but after that, we've been invited to the Darkness GP, and I see no reason why not to advance the plot. Yeah. Forza Rush and John Truth. We have to meet the third member of the international team of One Tech. Kick it! You gotta fight for your right. You have 8 turbos on your car. It accelerates so fast that what once was, normal shifting lag is just now an interminable second of, like, yeah, we're pegged. Shaft. Manual just isn't faster at that. Like, manual has the same transmission lag as the auto shifter. So there's kind of no solution there. Since as long as you're not pegged, you can force your gears down, right, manually. Or up. Even if it's automatic. Oh, so close to beating EE's time. Short race in the Emerald City. Short race with their lifetime of getting punched in the face repeatedly. Yay! My head is past a million, guys. Turbo class. Turbos are allowed. Now you're talking my language. The Neo Seaside City. Oh, hey, Andy. Good to see you. Yeah. It's been a rough one. Lot of failing races I really shouldn't have been failing. So hopefully the races that I practiced up because they're actually hard go well. We'll find out after the next 2 races. We have this URR, and then we have the GP, Darkness GP qualifier, which is essentially a DPS check, so to speak. And I'm just playing around here. I really shouldn't. This is of these races at this place, this is the most dangerous one. Because they also have turbos. Woo! Such a wild bounce. It's almost zip-like in its sheer force. Like, yeah, you can't be here. I'm gonna relocate you 2 lanes in that direction. Hard as I possibly can. That was a sick turn right there. And that is the end of these VORs. Oh man. Oh right, that's right. It's this. You don't. Spell learning is probabilistic in that game, right? Yeah, that's a beating. All right. All right, we did it. Everybody played hard. All right. Now we need to drive to the warehouse and test Spencer's test course. We could have visited Spencer's test course at any time. The warehouse only is interactable on the first night. Spencer's test course is interactable basically all the time. From the Seaside Street and entry into the Darkness GP. Welcome. We saw a brief glimpse of the German member of One Tech's international team of bad guys. He says, you know, before you can enter, you have to kind of beat me in a race or using my, you know, poor hobbyist car, right? Like, don't trash it too badly. He's a lying piece of garbage, but we're still gonna crush him. Like, his hobbyist car is quite good. 6.4K. Grass really wants to take your tires away from you. Fighting the grass in that situation is more difficult, as it should be, than you think. The tires on grass should have extreme difficulty doing what they want. On the grass in this stage, like you can get like a second or so out of decent traction out of them, but then the amount you have to counter steer just to stay, you know, straight and functioning is incredible. Hey, hobbyist guy, what a hobbyist car you've got. We're doing good. We're doing good. We even opened up some distance on Snyder. That's the other thing that grass can do. Sometimes if you hit grass on the inside, you can nose in too much pretty easily. Yeah, fastest lap, us. All right. Yay, leveled up. Don't want any of your garbage. The night is completed. Sure am. Last chance to do configuration before the fight. This is the weapon I want to take into battle. Darkness GP time. Everybody else is a Diablo arrow kit and possibly other Diablo tune pieces. I ain't got none of that. I just have to beat them on the power of my 7 turbos and pistons. 7 turbos. Custom pistons. It's 5 laps. It is just as long as normal Yokohama GP. Way tougher. That's grody. Oh, go to hell, game. Hell is other cars. Oh, that is miserable. I'm almost certainly going to give up on 133 hits. Faster than dealing with this nonsense, but that was a good turn. Yeah, I'm gonna use this time to make sure I'm fully acclimated to my car on this course. Oh yeah, that was good. Well, maybe I won't be resetting. I'm already catching up. Like I said, this turn is one of the ones where the Diablo cars really get it. That hairpin they can take far more aggressively than I am. Hello, jerk. Oh, that was a beautiful drift. That's what we're here for. Be better. Still good. Didn't really want to triple tap that wall, but thankfully this is, even the Diablos have to slow down and use those little curves. This is, yeah, so this is what, like, if the best racers, right, like the world record players, easily get, like, you know, close to somewhere between a half and a full lap on the rest of the field in this race, right, like in their world record times, right? That means that, right, I can fall behind, right, like by, a good 5-10 seconds and still make that up with time to spare if I drive well, right? Like, it's not that early terribleness was always something that couldn't be overcome, right? Like, if I drove well. Buddy, get out of my life. You are not part of this conversation. Ugh. Wall was part of that conversation. Ugh. Here they are again. Walls. Stop hitting the walls. Control, control, control. Oh, that was bad. Ah, hell is other cars. That was just really, really rude, car. Back here. Got this, we've got this. Stay tight, stay focused, you've got this. Even not. Yes! Woo! Woo! We take those. We take those. Oh, baby. Woo! Ah, first time. That's great. That was one of the big roadblocks to me hitting estimate. This race is legitimately just very hard. Oh, God. Yeah, like, look, I had such a terrible first thing, and I still got there. Like, unreal. That's great. Truly happy with that. All right. That doesn't mean there aren't more hard races, but this... every attempt at this one is 7 minutes, right? Like every time you fail this race, it costs you another 7 minutes, right? Like, if you have trouble getting past this race, it'll, you know, eat up so much of your time. I'm really, really glad it went so well here. Don't need a save game. This is all cutscenes. We are in like a very Xenogears-esque pile. I will be making a change to the car here, however. Very simple. We got the Diablo Arrow Kit from winning that race, and we will immediately equip it. All right, so this is more flashback stuff. But now we have a 1v1 versus the thing that says it's the Diablo Zeta versus us. Right. But we have the Diablo Arrow kit as well now. So this is 3 laps. But now we are just legitimately faster than them. We have more power and the good arrow kit. If you drive well here, right, like you can just put this driver, this phony, in the dirt. Because, right, like the thing in your head is the last racer from, you know, from 10 years ago, and also is dead, according to what people have told us. So yeah, like, this guy's a phony. Or a clone or something. Point is, they ain't us. Or the fake hedgehog. Right, it's a Sonic game after this, isn't it? Speed, speed, speed. I love a speed block. We had a Sonic block somewhat earlier today. As you can see, however, it's more than possible to kind of give away any time that you get by slamming into walls repeatedly, like a buffoon. Solid hip check. Ooh, yeah. Good feeling. Like I said before, when you hit a drift in this game, oh, it feels good. Nice, clean drift. The back of your car just barely off the rail. To live for. Before, just have to slow down in this little tiny section. Stop running into stuff. Stop dying, you cowards! I'll take a hip check there. Come on. Got this. That was not what I wanted there. That was good. That was not ideal, but good. Good enough to keep us in the lead. Whew! All right. Not taking anything here. Don't care, don't need, don't care, don't need, don't care, don't need. Don't need to save either. Alright. This cutscene we skip here. Here we find out that the driver of the fake Zeta is Iki. I start using the term erased to refer to what's happening to me. Or what will happen to me. The other us starts talking about remembering, but says nothing. We appear to drive, like we try to escape at this point to some degree and fail, more or less. Yeah, this is us being like, don't want to be here anymore. See you, nerds. And we get another save screen. We have enter. We are in the Xenogears part of the game, where you have lots and lots of scenes to skip or watch. Let's see, we got that save skip. That's the second skip. So we drive to the warehouse that is the Diablo Toon Shop. Everything looks rusted and broken and bloody, and like that. This can't be the place, right? But it is. And like Keisuke and Gao show up. One tech reveals that Diablo is not the cars. Diablo is a drug, and it is a drug that removes fear, because fear is the thing that is limiting people. However, there are obviously a lot of side effects that they've been trying to work through, and they use race car drivers in Japan as test subjects, including people like Kyoji's brother, and you, and all of those people that died in that fiery car wreck that you see, the War of Yokohama, and that guy that was at the hole, right? Like, is another kind of like Diablo test subject. That's what they're all saying, right? And so they believe that you are the only one of the Diablo experiments that survived. Right? Like, so they put you in cryostasis for 10 years. Until they could take another shot at perfecting Diablo once the heat had died down. Yeah, that man to sleep for 10 years. That man is our final hope, and that man is you. So yeah, full anime / JRPG nonsense ending stuff, right? Yeah, but for now, the night is completed. It's super anime. Alright. Don't need to save. Alright. This is the final night. The last night. The long goodbye. I'm hoping it's not too long a goodbye, because I only have 46 minutes to get this done. I want to beat estimate. Okay, so Kenzo comes through in the clutch and gets us our car. Like Kenzo's barely able to get the car to you. Right, like he's been beaten, right? Like the other people have all been kidnapped, right? Like Yuka, Akira, like everybody's been kidnapped. Kenzo managed to survive and manages to drag your car to you, right? You know, but he himself and his car are in bad shape, but you have your car back. So what we're gonna do now is 7 more unofficial races. Because the game will not let you proceed to the final sequence if you do not have 42 points. So we are gonna get our last points. Let's get dirty. Let's get dirty. First step, let's do the naturally aspirated set. So V30, drag, emerald, boar. Countless men have been hypnotized by the lights of Yokohama. Have they taken your breath away as well? I could do with less manly man focus, but also it's Japan and at the turn of the century. It is not exactly a weird concept. Anyway, dirt. Traction trouble with dirt, but why we have chosen not to put on special dirt tires, not because they are expensive, but because they waste effort. The races are not hard enough to require to have dirt tires. Each of these races is 3 laps on this infield dirt course. A relatively short 3 laps, all things considered. Part of why I do it. Geez, that first place guy really got out in front. Diablo 2 ain't nothing. Faced with this guy's sweet, whatever the hell that is. Oh, it's a hatchback. Buddy, out of my life. Oh my god, you are a beast! That's bad. Lose the naturally aspirated race? It's possible. I don't think I can catch up at this point. What I deserve here. Yep. Yeah, the naturally aspirated race is the one where the enemy is, or it is most fair. That's legal game actions. Let's try that again. Again, this is not the actually hard stuff. I would prefer if I could save my time losses to happen during the actually difficult stuff. I'm looking like a clown out here. No. Ugh. Hell, there's other cars. Not need to go that hard to avoid hitting a car. You have brakes. You can use the brakes. Hell remains other cars. little punk keeps getting in the way. Try to get any sort of, I try to overtake him in any way. He's like, yeah, no, I'm gonna own your face. And he owns my face. Damn, I needed that face. Ah, again? I do not have time for this. Do not have time for this. Stop playing like a clown. See, this is going much better. I'm just so far ahead of him now. All it took was not clowning myself. Oof. Definitely gonna need to take some more notes and dig into the new world record run. For sure. Succeeding at the places where I practiced. Failing completely different places that I under practiced. Touch on the ground. Yeah. Touch on the ground, can't do nothing. Alright. Yeah, bonus rewards, they don't matter. Let me put my turbos back on, please. Slash. 2. Now that the turbos are back, we have more than enough power. We just need to control it. Oh, God. It's going to be tight. As long as I don't just completely put myself into walls. I had way too much power at this point for them to have any chance. I have not drive myself into the wall like a fucking man. As dawn begins to break, I need to rein in my language. This really is like one of the shortest courses in the game. I suspect that what happened in the new route is that we put all the URRs behind Diablo, behind 11th and we shift them. We find other things to do than the Bay Lagoon ones. I saw that it was using the bus. Clearly it's using some, like, doing the Hakone stuff, right? Which is an interesting choice for sure. Might have less menuing than this approach. CVCR is front. The Civic. I think it's the Civic. Front. Still whips around like ridiculous. Okay, that's front for you. The rear wheels are just there as decoration. Thank you so far. Alright, front is done. Front rear is done. No, naturally aspirated is done. Time for... next. Gonna be the Koro. Rear. I'm never alone with in my machine. Hey, look, we're using a Koro. So are they. Right, Koro is the serial numbers filed off name for the Volkswagen Bug. Does not surprise me that they did not go after official licensing, but also just kind of filed the serial numbers off of things rather than try and make up a whole new set of cars. Inside joke that is possibly legally defensible. Bonk. Rear, the anti-drift. Anti-drift option. Yeah, that too. Alright. Yeah, there's these super weird bodies in this thing. Alright, four-wheel drive, and then we are in our configuration for the rest of the game. Give me that four-wheel drive, the Mark IV, with the GP 5000 miles. This is the last non-MR race we will do. Because, yeah, these are all, whatever, SGIs, right? Like, the Square had a bunch of SGI hardware in the 90s, late 90s. They used it for Final Fantasy VII. Four-wheel drive. All the power to the road, all the handling you would never have otherwise. Absolutely terrifying performance on dirt. If rest to it. This is what real tracking almost looks like on dirt. Almost. Oh, that was bad. That was a nasty attempt at a turn that failed. Oh, wow. Wow. You're going to see hits reminiscent of that later. All right. Fine. Schedule. Yeah. Play skip. All right. Yeah, we don't care about the rewards. Nothing matters except that these races all get done. Alright, back to the MR. The rest of the game. You never have to change anything in this screen again. It's the B. It's the GP 5000Rs. MR Cup. That was a weird ass rendering on that blue car there for a second. I wish I knew why RR feels so bad in terms of drifting, but MR feels just fine. Is the weight distribution really the differentiator there? Just sorry, with all your weight in the rear, your drifts are gonna suck forever. Ow. That was a hell of a hit. Whew. That was almost another terrible nose. Lagoon. One more UOR. One more non-plot race, and then we are in a straight line to the finish. Turbo class. 7 here, 7 at Bay Lagoon, 2 on the way to Hakone, 4 in the parking pit. That is 20. Most of my time lost this run was to Azaki and Iki. We got Darkness GP on the first try, and we got Yokohama GP on the second try. That was a good chunk. That was a nasty little chunk as well. Makoto was fine. Just the nasty little, the Zaki took forever, and so did the GP post GP. Had you GP twice, only had to do Darkness GP once. Had a couple of losses in the URRs, but woof, that looked terrifying. They're all fixable though. More runs. I don't know whatever it is that feels like the turbo that I have here is just better, way better than the turbo I would normally have with Black Cat. Alright. URs are done. We are out of here. We are out of here. We got dirty. Now our objective is a place we've never been before. Near BLR, but not at BLR. Drive on the left-hand side of the road if you don't want to run into people's lives and get in fights. The highways in the city are safe. There's only the highway, there's only the highway that's doesn't have like direct city map that can have encounters on it. Here we want to catch the back angle exit here. This is going the right direction. Get us where I want to be, which is here. Ancient Street and the Ancient Bay. To proceed, you need to have completed 42 points of content, as well as come here and gotten the rank Yokohama's fastest legend. And that is what we need to see here. We are good to go on the final sequence. Go, thank you. Scholar and a gentleman. Alright. That's it. That's our last interaction with the world map. You're closing in on the end. So. Hi, Nanako. So. I'm in a hurry. So basically the UORs and get rewards and all that stuff was money laundering. I'm ready. Money laundering and other, as well as, opportunities to make people race, and then you could keep them in Diablo and just. Wow. Rude. Take it to with us. Why does Rush is meant to be Italian-ish? It's weird. Yeah. Italian, German, British. Alright. This is the last time we're gonna see this screen. Need to save. All right. So yeah, the end of Sweet Dream. So, in short, where like they didn't make the cryogenic sleep thing clear yesterday, they make it clear today. Right, like that Sho and his entire personality are essentially a false thing laid upon the actual like fastest racers thing, right? Like, and they show you like the name entry screen that you showed and make it part of the system, right? That becomes the name entry screen becomes diegetic. Don't need to save. So yeah, like that's why they're talking about erasing shows. It's like, well, we don't need you anymore, right? Like we've made it past the point at which the legend has woken up, right? And then like you see some scenes, right? You see some kind of horrific scenes where it looks like people were beaten to death with lead pipes, and we know that the Yokohama's fastest guy loves himself a lead pipe. But then we get this alarm, and the alarm is the tower is going to collapse because we're inside the old uncompleted tower. We need to escape. We need to escape. So this is an escape sequence. It involves a lot of very tiny corners and corridors, and isn't actually that escape vibed. Other than the fact that it ruined like, parking garages and stuff. But yeah. Minute timers. You have to get to the end by the minute, or else you have to do all of them over again. Akira is ahead of you with Yuka. Certain obstacles here can kind of put you into loops of interaction, where you bounce off of them, and then if you go forward, you don't have enough space to escape from running into them, so you bounce off of them again. First floor is just those two danger room-ish things and long corridors, so it's pretty straightforward. Second one gets harder. Third one gets harder yet. You do not get to save between these. All right, and now you start seeing these sort of like, this is the prologue night, right? Like the picture of the two guys, right? Like, and Makoto and Akira, and then us in the background. We're gonna that trend is going to continue. Fine. Getting less fine by the moment. That's right. Just did a handbrake turn in here. Don't judge me. Alright. Need to do better on the third one. Again, obvious time loss capabilities. This time, though, we have unskippable dialogue. Woo! Woo! And so yeah, the show is confused because like why, right? Like in theory, right? Like they had won, they'd rate like his like the other guy was in charge, right? Like everything would be great, or like was exactly what they wanted. And then the guy kind of the 10-year-old version of the psyche is. You had to pull one last cool stunt. Okay, we'll talk about it later. I wish I could tell you what the cool stunt is. I really don't know. That is Makoto. That is the second night of the game, when Makoto puts himself over the wall, gets hospitalized, and later dies. Alright. This is the hardest of the three. It has the most ruined stuff. Right. First segment done. second segment, and then it ducks immediately right back into a third segment. 18 is gonna be a little tight. Come on, we got this, we can do this. 3, 2, got it. All right, woo. All right, escape sequence is cleared. Good deal, good deal. All right, so Yuka's in Akira's car. Right, and Yuka says, I wish I should have gotten in your car so you couldn't leave me behind. All right. And then, right, like, Snyder shows up and essentially says, like, we were lying to you. Like, you're actually just, like, it's clear now that you're actually just, like, a trash. Like, you were not the man we thought you were. Right? You're obviously just, you know, just, like, you survived, but you're trash. Right? And then he's like, but, you know, if you want to go, he downs a bunch of Diablo and says, let's go. Right? Like, and he's like, let's, you know, we'll do a race, and whoever loses dies. Don't need to save. That's what's about to kind of get sped through here. And yeah, in theory, we're trying to save Iki. So we kind of go back in to get Iki out. Looks like we're gonna like deal with the guy in charge of Wantek. But yeah, Schneider kind of lays out his evil plan. He's like, you know, this drug will allow, you know, everybody will want this, right? Here we go. The last battle. This is a death race between Schneider and us. Defeat Heidel, Schneider, and now we see Kyoshi, you know, who got fished out of the river, fished out of the bay, off screen, already dead. Unlike Makoto, he did not survive the hospital. Alright. Once you get out here, there are no walls to save you, or very few of them. You are essentially, if you go over the wall, over the edge, even a small amount, you will die immediately. He calls it a death race. He's really not kidding. Taking this, if you can take this well and stay ahead, usually you're in good shape. You don't have to like pedal to the metal it. Stay sharp. Don't go over an edge. This turn here is the hard one. There you go. Dead. That's all it takes. Just go over. Just all you have to do is even tap it, and you're dead. Honestly, though, this is easier than the last race. In some ways. Anyway, you'll see here that they gave you the chance to go back the previous night if you need to grind up. You do not. There's nothing we would possibly do on the last night that would make this any easier. I just have to not screw up. I've had the last one if I'd drifted correctly. Let's do it again. The remain timer is correct here as well. You have a fairly long segment here where you're trying to manage your turn against your speed. And here you're managing a fairly nasty drift turn. Trying to not let Schneider overtake you in it. No! Damn it. I started taking the turn too hard and I knew it and I couldn't stop it. Very, very touchy. I might make estimate if I can win it this time. There's really not much game left. But the last 3 races. Last battle, but yeah, I've got the whole flames, the whole, you know, evil gothic choir stuff, like all of the vibe you would expect out of Square in an RPG, except it's Racing Lagoon. High-speed driving RPG. All right. I think the inside corner there is lethal as well. Oh! Ah, you have to handbrake turn there. So annoying. Like, oh, I'll use normal brakes. It'll be totally safe. No, it won't. You can't make turning radius. Come on, brain. You know better than that. All right, Schneider. Don't overthink it. Don't overthink it. Just go. Got him. Same thing. If you die going over the edge there, gone. All right, that's Schneider. Schneider keeps to his promise and just drives right off a cliff. Like, no fear. It was a death race as he promised. He lost and he died. Like... So this is the final twist, is Aoi was the fastest racer's girlfriend 10 years ago, and she tells you a different story than Schneider. And her story is essentially that you never used Diablo. You were the fastest racer clean. Right? Right, like, but you promised you'd come back and you never did. Right? And this is kind of like, this is why the voice has been like, promises become broken or whatever, right? And so we came here looking for Iki, right? Well, no, she came here looking for someone, right? But, so now Iki's RS 2000 shows up, and so like, great, I'll race you. Right? Why did Aoi give you the gift, right? Like, Aoi's been your girlfriend for 2 years, right? Like, was that just a lie, right? Like, Aoi ends up being, part of why people are taking it at all, because a street racer killed her parents. Yeah. All right. So we got to beat. So we're gonna race, right? Yep. We're racing. 6, 7, 8, All right, good race. We did it. Second to last race in the game completed. Final race incoming. But first, a save point, if you want it. I don't. Yeah, it's very square. And yeah, you know, Iki's RS is motionless. But then Aoi jumps in and starts driving. We need to stop Aoi Kawashima. This is the final race of the game. You have to be ahead of her at 13 seconds or at 13 seconds or later, and she has to not reach the escape point. If you correctly make this turn and don't completely beef it, you get her in this turn at 13, right? If she gets past you, you have another shot before you have to restart. So you can catch up to her here, but you're having to like 38 seconds or so. Ah, I clipped it. I don't think I'm gonna make it. 5, 6, 7, 8. Nope. Give me the retry prompt, please. Yeah, moderately beefed. It was good, it was close. And again, you're given the option to go back to the previous night if you think you can't win this one. Like I said, Square thought through all the angles in terms of making sure you were never locked out. If you lose to Iki after the GP, it sends you back to the previous night where you're driving around like crazy with a special shop you don't have access to in any other way, as well as the ability to grind. So yeah, no, Square was on top of it in terms of making sure that you never got soft locked by your car's maximum capability. Oh wait! I think I managed to stay high enough speed to catch her this time. Yeah, I can't even see her. No luck. Yep. Yeah, the previous two world records also failed this. Like that's both of the, I mean, they both caught her in the second part, but neither one of them managed to get the quick kill. Which is endlessly amusing to me. Just like, yeah, no, like this game is just pulling this off is kind of rough. Like, even the best players just aren't 100% on it. Right, yeah, making that turn without hitting the walls and not hitting the walls coming out of it, right? Like, if you can do that, then you win, right? And if you can't do that, then you have to catch her in the second half. There's enough that you can block her getting by in terms of space. Yes. You know what I mean? That's it. We've won. We did it. Time comes up on essentially last text box as it goes to white. Don't know if I had enough Iki believed in her. Someday we could lead her on the path to healing. The realm beyond the speed. It wasn't an illusion on the horizon, but a place within me. Yeah. It felt within reach. I've always been bad at saying goodbye. Instead of putting it into words, I handled parting in my own way, since I'm sure we were going to meet again one day. And that is time! We are done! That is / was Racing Lagoon. High-speed driving RPG. Whew. Oh man, that was rough. When I was losing those races I wasn't supposed to lose, I was like, oh god, not again, not again. Yeah, oh, I'm happy. I'm happy I managed to get that completed. Only 5 hours over estimate, honestly. Whew. Yeah, it's Racing Lagoon. It's the English translation makes it within your reach to play. There's a GameFAQs fact on it that is excellent. In terms of allowing you to approach the game, you know, either very optimally or very, as you want, but making sure that you know what all the options available to you are. Just a stellar GameFAQs fact to work with. Yeah, very cool game, very unique. Yeah, you couldn't have possibly brought it over 25 years ago, right? Like, never would have worked. We didn't have Initial D or Wanga Midnight over here yet, right? Like, that was still the pre-Toonami era, right? Like, think about that. Like, of course they didn't bring it over. Are you crazy? Anyway, one last bit of amusing translating text. I'll be back for Home Alone on Game Boy later this week. This is a part of a mini speed block. It's only mini. It's not really that mini because I took up a lot of it. So we've got some speedy games coming up next. Right? Yeah, it was Sonic Rush. Yeah, Speed Breaker. We got Sonic Rush and Sonic Rush Adventures. We got another Donald Duck game, Going Crackers. We had one yesterday. Classics like VVVV. Some really solid stuff. Rock and Roll Racing later. Mario Kart Cruising USA. So yeah, we got. If you like racers, we got racers. We got, cartoon characters. We got that. We got Deus Ex. Just all sorts of great stuff coming up today and for the rest of the marathon. So stay tuned if you can. But yeah, play me off because it is time to move on to the next run.